edition for June 2002 exam. And it's very important for me to situate um, what we'll be doing in this class. Today's class is going to be a class for uh, prediction and prevention of record, and also, if time permits, issues of risk and patent decision making. Now, the first thing I would like to comment on is the fact that there is a need for everybody to understand that corporate failure, prediction and prevention of corporate failure is not a section of the syllabus, as some people erroneously think. It is part of a section. So there is a section E that has three important things. And that section E uh, was or is specifically referenced the examiner that we are going to have one of your 25 marks question from section E, meaning that the examiner is not saying that one of the 5 mark question will come from corporate failure, because in section E you have three important groups there. You have alternative performance management system, you have complex business structure, and then you have issues of corporate failure. So let's first of all disabuse our mind the fact that section E is corporate failure. No. There are more things in section E. There are two other issues in section E: complex business structure and alternative performance measurement. So alternative performance management systems like balance scorecard, Fitzgerald and Moody, value-based management, activity-based management, performance pyramid. Then you come to complex business structure, things like network structure, strategic alliances, and things like that, before you now come to predicting and preventing corporate failure. So that's the first thing I want to say, in case we still have some who still think that section E is basically corporate, so as to put that in proper perspective. Then the second thing is I would like to encourage you that even with the few uh, okay, so can you hear me now? So there's a particular person who said that I should increase the volume of my mic. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Oh, okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. So the second thing which I would like to say is the fact that um not minding the fact that you have very few days to your exam, if there are areas of your exam that you haven't really mastered in terms of content, in terms of your the body of the knowledge, that is, the knowledge in a particular area is lacking. It's a mantra in APM at all the levels of ACC: solve questions. But solving question will not help in an area where you don't have the the expected knowledge. Solving question will not address that. So you may want to, within now and when your exam is, to address that as well. And then you also need to, especially not, well, let me just say generally that see questions that are more recent. So when I say questions that are more recent, so you know that the style of the exam, the current style of the exam was launched in September 2018. So my preference or my advice would be that you prioritize questions from September 2018 up to date, except there is a clear or specific instruction as to questions outside that. So your September 2018 up-to-date questions should be prioritized first because they reflect the current thinking of the examiner. They reflect the current approach of the examiner. And when you do those questions, I really want you to review your answers. I mean, attempt the questions, review it, and ensure that the sample answers, the recommended answers, you clearly understand them. I'm not asking you um, to what do you call it? I'm not asking you to cram them. Actually, you can't cram them, but because if you cram them, is an exercise in futility because you can expect the same question to be said. But when you review these sample answers, it gives you an idea of how you connect your question with the scenario. So for me, whenever I say, oh, review sample answer, it is for you to get one or two tips on how to connect the scenario that has been given to you to the sample answer. Because the sample answer will throw up some issues that on your own, you may not appreciate or you may not even see at all. Or you may not even see the significance of that particular statement in the scenario. So the essence of doing so is not to cram, is not to attempt to regurgitate the sample answer for the examiner in subsequent exams, but the essence is for you to be able to appreciate the connection between your scenario and the approach of the examiner. So I will still repeat these facts as we go along, and I believe that if you do all of this, together with what you've done so far, you'll be able to scale through the exam. Uh, I'm quite sure of that. So it's very important that you do this, call for help if there is need, and then you're fine. So without much ado, this is where we start this morning. This is Kulam. I particularly love this question, and I will tell you why I love this question. This question uh, brings together your knowledge of Atma Z score, a quantitative model, and life cycle issues, because there's a specific learning outcome, as I've advised before in the class. So I believe that majority have taken to that advice. I've advised that print the syllabus, tick each learning outcome as you prepare for the exam. Go through the learning outcomes and ask yourself, oh, do you understand this particular learning outcome? Do I understand this particular learning outcome? So if you've done that, you will discover that there is a particular learning outcome that speaks to life cycle, how life cycle issues could affect your assessment of corporate failure, the likelihood of an entity becoming a failure. And that's the essence of picking this question. But I can tell you that there are other brilliant, beautiful questions, especially between September 2018 and now. There is freeze, there is G-score. I think there's up to 4 questions on a quantitative model that has been set between September 2018 and now that I would love you to see. I would want you to see, and you have access to them. You don't need anybody's permission to grab those questions, attempt them. So in the meantime, I will give you So this is how I'm going to do this. I will give you 10 minutes. This is a 25 marks question. It is expected that you do 45 minutes maximum on this kind of question in the exam by time management. So you shouldn't be doing more than 45 minutes on this question. So I will give you 10 minutes. The 10 minutes is not just for you to read. The 10 minutes is for you to read and plan your answer. So wherever you are, if you really desire to get the best from this session, please do what I ask you to do. Don't just say, oh, 10 minutes, I'm going to leave my laptop and I'm going to come back when they start solving the question. Anybody who adopts that attitude will not get anything out of this class. It's meant to be participatory. It's meant to, you are meant to say your mind, let's correct it, and let's see how it connects to the scenario. Actually, I'm not teaching, so there'll be a bit of knowledge, we're going to pass across knowledge, but I really want to focus on exam technique, or how you could connect, how you could interpret the information given to you and connect it with your previous knowledge to write down a brilliant answer. That's actually what I want to do. And if we want to do that, I need your participation. It's not going to be me speaking to you. It's going to be both sides speaking to one another. So I'm giving you 10 minutes between now and 27 minutes after 9. You're going to read through the scenario. You are going to plan your answer. So when I say plan your answer, interpret the requirements. How many parts do you have in each of the requirements? How do you intend to address each of the, so let me give you an example like this now. Evaluate both the results of the analyst calculations and the appropriateness of these two models for column. This actually is like 3 requirements. You have to evaluate the result of the analyst calculation. That's the first requirement. There are 2 models in this question. Evaluate how appropriate each model is. So 2 models have to be evaluated. So that means that evaluation of the result 1, evaluation of the first model 2, evaluation of the second model 3. So that's why I said that these are 3 requirements. So I want everybody to do that. Get a sheet of paper, plan your answer, and then we come back 10 minutes, 27 minutes after 9 to now look at how we're going to scaffold our responses, what we need to do to get the best of marks here. So is this well understood? Hello, is this well understood?
Yes.
Yeah, very well,
Yes.
very well. Thank you.
Yes.
Please, can you show us the question from your screen?
My preference, I can show you the question from the screen, but my preference would be that download the question, I've sent it to the group, show it on your own screen so that you'll be able to put it up, put it down as you deem fit. That would be a better one. So I'm here and I've deliberately extended the number of minutes given for with 3 minutes because I could see somebody asking for the questions to be resent, and which I did. So I believe that we are good to go now. So are we good to go? Hello, are we good to go?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
So I've told you that there are 3 requirements here. If you fail to touch on the 3 requirements, so let me speak to this briefly. There are 3 requirements. Let's say you touch one of the requirements and you write 4 pages on it, possibly. You can't score more than 3 marks here. It's not possible. That's a fundamental exam technique. That if a question is set and it has more than one requirement, you must address all of the requirements for you to get the maximum mark. Addressing just one out of 2 requirements, or addressing just one out of 3 requirements, or 2 out of 3 will never fetch you the maximum mark. So there's a need for you to spot how many requirements you have in a question. So there are 3 requirements there. Analyze, so evaluate the analyst calculation. So if you come right down here, there is an instrument for the analysis. And I will read out these 2 sentences. So I'm addressing the first requirement, which says that you should evaluate what the result of the analyst calculation. So I can title, so I will just on my spreadsheet in the exam hall or on my word pad on the exam hall, I'll just put A. Then I will have a, what do you call it, a caption analysis of as an evaluation of the analyst results. So as to, all these things are signs of profession. What you are seeing in your presentation. As I've said, there are 2 sentences. Yeah, indeed. Coulomb's Atma Z score is 3.5, and its score from the other model is 3.5. The score of more than 4 set, please. I will if you are not talking to me, please mute your mic. If you are not answering, if you are not asking questions, you are not answering questions, to be on. You can just mute the mic. But if you want to ask question, you are very free to mute and ask your question at any point in time. Don't send me message that you want to ask question. Don't raise up your hand. Just unmute and ask your question. And you are free to ask question at any point in time. So if you read these 2 sentences, using the most recent figures from Coulomb's financial statements, Coulomb's Atma Z score is 3.5 and its score from the other model is this. for both models, a score of more than 3 is considered safe, and at below 1.8, the company is at risk of failure in the next 2 years. My evaluation of the analyst calculation will be what? If Z score is 3.1, 3.5, and the Q score, the other model is 3.1, this is more than 3. So on that basis, I will just write here, oh, this organization, Kulam, based on the fact that if the scores are above 3, it's not a risk of failure, so I'll write, so based on that, and the Z score is 3.5, the other score is 3.1, Kulam is not at risk of corporate failure. I will just write that. If that is all I've written, without adding anything, I'm fine. If I want to add 1 or 2 things, I can write that, oh, probably this is just stating what Kulam's position at that point in time, just giving you, it doesn't show whether things are improving or whether things are, it's just at that point in time. You understand me? And then you move on. Then, having said that, I come to the evaluation of the appropriateness of these 2 models. Now, there are 2 things, or there are 2 models there. So I can have another heading. So 2 is going to be evaluation, appropriateness of Z score. I will talk about the appropriateness of Z score. So this is more or less a textbook, response, because we know the context of Z score. That Z score, ATMA Z score, was developed in the 1960s, more than close to 60 years ago. So if a model that was developed close to 60 years ago is still being used currently, are we saying that the economy in the 60s and the economy now, they are similar? No, they are not similar. So I'll point out that the time lag, the time between when Z score was developed and now, a lot of things are changing in the world economy. So for that reason, Z score may not be appropriate, or will not be appropriate, because between 1960, when Z score was developed, and now, the world economy has undergone a lot of transformation. A lot of changes have happened. What used to matter then in the world economy do not matter any longer. We now have different issues in the world economy compared to 60 years ago. So that's number 1. So a model developed based on the specifics of the world economy then will not be useful now. So that's the first point. Then the second point, I'll look at the fact that Z score was a model developed specifically for US, in the US. So here, Thailand and US, are they going to be the same economy? Are they going to have the same characteristics? Are they going to be similar in nature? The answer is no. The US economy is quite different from any other economy. The factors that affect the growth, the prosperity of US economy is quite different from. So that's another one that limits the appropriateness of this model. And number 3 is the fact that this particular model was developed for manufacturing businesses. I mean, Z-score was developed for manufacturing businesses. So this is a mining industry. The peculiarities, the issues in mining industry are not exactly the issues in manufacturing industry. So if we now use a model that was developed for manufacturing industry, the risk of corporate failure in the mining industry, are we comparing apple with apple, or we are comparing apple with banana? So that's another issue with the appropriateness of Z-score. I may not say more than that. If you can come up with other things that could talk about or could question the appropriateness or the appropriateness of Z-score, you can add that. But that is addressing the second part of the scenario. Then I also address number 3, the appropriateness of the third score. So don't let me monopolize everything. Who can tell me what are the issues that makes the last model, which is Q-score, appropriate or inappropriate for this business, coal mining? So Q-score, do we have issues mentioned here that could question its appropriateness for assessing coal?
Okay, I would like to look at that is being they said the Q score was produced by academics at the university. So do they have what it takes to produce a score to measure corporate failure when it's meant for manufacturing companies? So I think they don't have the practical experience to be able to foresee what can happen to a company.
Being academics, do you think, academics do research, and the research will be fed by what is happening in the industry. Academics don't just postulate, they don't just come up with theories or formulas. They do so by working on industry statistics or available statistics from the industry. Meaning that there is a beautiful and a symbiotic relationship between the town and the gown, the academics and the industry. So if we assume that point you've mentioned, could it fly?
Okay. I would like to say that
let me first of all address that with that sister, that basis.
I don't know if it can fly. I just said it.
So look at, even in fact, the point I've just mentioned is properly. So look at it. Another quantitative model, Q-score model, has been produced by academics working at Tillandmead University based on recent data from listed companies. So it's not as if the academics generated their own data. They're actually using the industry data. So that point will not fly.
Okay. Thank
you.
It's
good to mention that so that we can question. So that's the point I was mentioning. I mentioned about reviewing your sample answer so that you'll be able to speak to what do you call it? So that you'll be able to speak to connection between these the scenario and your answer. Okay, so somebody thank you. So somebody else want to talk?
Okay. Just drawing from her points, basically. So to evaluate the appropriateness of the Q score, I think it's more appropriate since it's since it's centered around the industries, the recent figures from industries, from listed industries in Thailand, right? And Kulam is a listed. Okay, they didn't say they are listed. I don't know if they said it, but at least it's a company in Thailand. However, it's not stated if the businesses that they made the Q score for is the same as the mining industry. Then secondly, looking at the appropriateness of this Q score, I think the Q score is just a financial, a quantitative indicator, and it did not take into cognizance non-financial indicators of corporate failure. So I think that is one of the disadvantages, or that is not just appropriate for Kula.
Okay. Brilliant submission. Brilliant submission. However, you can expand that. You can expand that point further, and let me show you how to do so. Brilliant submission. You raised like 3 points in that submission, and those 3 points are very, very vital. I so much like that. Now, the first point is that you pointed out that this particular model Q score will be appropriate because we are assessing a company that is based in Thailand, and we are using recent data from listed companies in Thailand. So the fact that the data we are using is recent, the fact that the data is about companies operating in the same economy as Kulam, that will make it appropriate. Very brilliant submission. That's one. Now, you now went on to speak about the fact that the model only speaks to financial issues. So specifically, I want you to mention those issues that are raised in this question that the model did not incorporate. I like that point, but to score marks with the examiner, are there things in this particular scenario, specific to this scenario, that's not been incorporated in this model? And there are, and you can extend it
Yes,
to two models, Z score and the Q score.
and
So they told us that the world commodity market. So if you look at it, they spoke about so recent events. One of the Kulam's foreign competitors surprised the market by becoming insolvent as a result of paying too much to acquire a competitor when the selling price of the minerals dipped as the world economy went into recession. As a result, the chief executive officer wanted to know if this was likely to happen to Kulam. So the world economy, how it affects the business of Kulam, is never incorporated into any of these models. That's one, because we know that there could be significant fluctuation in the prices of these commodities that Kulam is mining and selling. Also, we know that there is a lot of so because they sell this item on the world market and they receive their revenue in foreign currency, so there will be an impact on their revenue. There will be what do we call it? The exchange rate, the fluctuations in exchange rate will impact their revenue. these have not been incorporated by any of these models. So those are vital points that you must tell the examiner for you to be specific, because there are big issues in this model, in this question rather. And then you can then go on to talk about the fact that, so they told you that this particular stock exchange from where the data were obtained to get Q score is a small. So we know that whenever we are doing anything statistical, the larger the number of data sets, the more comfortable we'll be, the more representative it will be. Now, once you are given that is a small exchange, it simply means that you have a small data set and it may not be representative. So that's another big issue. And another issue here is the fact that we're just being told of the listed companies on the Thailand Stock Exchange. We've not been told whether those companies are similar in business risk to Kulam. Kulam is mining. So what of if these listed companies, there is none of them that is into mining, or there is, so if none of them is into mining, or even very few of them are into mining, that would make this model to be inappropriate for use to assess the, what do we call it, risk of corporate failure for Kulam. So you could see that we did the evaluation. We mentioned, let's say we mentioned 1 point. We did appropriateness of Z score. Let's say we explain 3 points. Here, you explain 4 points. There is basically no way you're not going to score. So let's say, for instance, let's be conservative. Let's say you score 8. 8 out of 10 represent 80% efficiency. If you manage 80% across all questions, there is no way you are not going to pass. So I want you to pay attention to understanding the requirements and addressing each of the requirements within the question. And I hope this is a very good point to start. And I believe we all understand this. But if we don't understand this, if anyone does not understand this, I'm happy to answer any question on this. So do we have any question on this particular thing, on those things that we've just said?
Okay, Binio, can I just, let me just ask this question. I think it's part of the response I put. I just want to know if it's correct. So now, because they didn't mention if the company is a listed company, right? But if you look at the Q score, there is X4 is saying the market value of equity. So does it make sense if we now say, now that it was not stated if Kulam is a listed company, even getting the market value of the equity, we are not sure if it's accurate, so it may affect actually the result of the Q score, because you have to get the market value of the equity if you have to calculate it, and it will be more reliable if you are getting it from maybe the stock exchange, or you understand, and the risk, because it's also speaking to market. Also, it's also inculcating the risk associated with the business, and the best way to get it is if there's a market for it, so it's easy for you to calculate. But if Kulam is not listed, would it not be difficult to get this? Is it a point that we can actually put?
That's very a gray area actually, because you into Kulam being listed, or do we have anything from reading this question? I've not seen anything that spoke to Kulam being listed. So if Kulam is not being listed, it simply means that Kulam will be very difficult because these two models, market valuation of the equity, that easily could be obtained if the company is a listed company. Or that allows me to speak on a point, which is the fact that, you know, have this, what do you call, have the points made, I mean, equally ranked.
Is it just me? Your network is breaking. I don't know if it's just me. Cannot ask confirm if they can hear you clearly.
It's breaking.
Okay, what I'm saying is that is a point. I agree with you because it's something that is not so clear from the scenario. So you could say that. But what I'm saying is that make that particular point after you've exhausted the main points, those ones that are clear from the scenario. Because the examiners at times they rank the points. They rank some as more important. Those points that you synthesize from the scenario that are obvious, that you explain very well, and they will give a very good mark to those ones in preference to those ones that are not, that are on the borderline. So do you understand the point I've made now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any other question regarding how we've addressed the first, that's a requirement? Do we have any question around that?
Yes, I have a question. My question is there any non-financial consideration that can be factored in the model calculation, or any points we can make that is non-financially related? Or how do I put it?
Can you give examples of what you are referring to as non-financial?
I mean that is not maybe non-qualitative factors, maybe like the customer's perception, feedback, something that is non-financially related. I don't know. I'm just asking that, could there be any that we could bring out from the scenario?
So is there any, that's the question I'm asking you, that is there any in this particular scenario that do we have any non-financial factor that have been mentioned in this scenario that were not incorporated by any of the models that we can now use to that we can now use as a basis of saying that, of concluding that the models are not appropriate?
There's actually none I can see. I just thought maybe could there be any, but I can't see any anyway.
So that's where I say that the question has to be scenario specific. And I mentioned two particular things that are mentioned in the scenario that none of these models incorporated. Do you remember that? Hello, I mentioned two things that are in this scenario, that these two models, the ATMA Z-score and the Q-score model, they do not incorporate. Do you remember those two things?
I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure I do.
Okay, I mentioned the fact that this organization, Kulam, has its revenue in foreign currency. 75%.
Okay, yes.
So
you did. You said fluctuations in foreign exchange.
So this model did not incorporate that. That makes the model, and that's a factor that could, because if anything affects a substantial part of your revenue, it's likely to affect your whether you're going to succeed, whether the business is going to fail or succeed. And I also mentioned the fact that the world commodity, this is a commodity that the price is demanded, that the price is determined by the demand and forces of demand and supply in the world. So any of these models haven't incorporated this as well. So these are things that you can also use, like I said earlier, to conclude that these two models are not appropriate in terms of assessing the risk of corporate failure.
Okay, thank you.
In subsequent questions, if there are things like that mentioned specifically in the scenario, you could bring them up. But if they have not been mentioned in the scenario, or there is no way by which you can bring it into your question, and you just mention it for the purpose of mentioning it, it will not fetch mark. Is that understood?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So who can now in 5 minutes tell me the potential effect of mine's life cycle on Coulomb Z-score and the company's probability of failure?
Okay, let me try.
Okay.
Okay, so from the question, it takes about 2 years to even develop a mine. Average of 2 years to develop a mine, and the estimated useful life is like 20 years. And there's also 1 year for decommission. So that means that if the Z-score or the Q-score, their recent performance is as at when Coulomb is at development stage, it's definitely going to be a negative, and it's going to make it may not reflect its current reality, because at this period, during this period of the life cycle of the mining, they don't actually expect to get so much of revenue. So that will affect the score because of the nature of its life cycle. Now, the second thing again as to the life cycle is that the 20 years, they have 4 mines, right? So the scenario did not even tell us when the stage at which each of the mines are at. So picking if the period at which we pick the result of the financial of Coulomb will also affect it. So, for example, if they are at maybe at 19 years, we don't expect to generate so much revenue from it. Or maybe if 2 is at 19, we know that means it will affect the result. So it does not mean that the business is actually Coulomb is going to fail. It's because of the stage of the mines. Yeah, those are the 3 points I think I'm able to get out of this.
Okay. Let me just go straight to, again, how you are expected. So there is a mention of life cycle here. Response, or very good response, will be that you look at, like you've started, various stages in the life cycle of this mine. And you mentioned the fact that the mine will go from development to production and then decommissioning. So you need to identify those stages as the stages in the life cycle. So you have the development of the mine, production phase, and then you have the decommissioning. I would suggest that if you are faced with this kind of situation, make sure that your answer addresses each of these phases. So that's the first thing. You have the development phase, the production, the decommissioning. So remember that if you've studied the learning outcome with respect to life cycle, costing, and corporate failure, risk of corporate failure, you will have seen that at different stages of life cycle, it means something different for risk of corporate failure. And that is the learning outcome the examiner expects you to explore here. So what does the risk of corporate failure looks like at development and why? What does the risk of corporate failure, what does it look like at production stage and why? What does the risk of corporate failure, what does it look like at decommissioning and why? So like you said, you have 2 years. And how many years for 20 and 1 year for decommissioning? See, 1 year for decommissioning. So what do you do? Development phase. Tell me, what is the characteristics? Remember, the essence of life cycle costing is for you to understand the financial and operating characteristics of each stage of the life cycle, so that your decision can be based on you understanding the financial and operating characteristics of the organization. So who can tell me what is the financial and operating characteristics of the development phase? And what does it mean for the Z score? That connection has to be done. Development phase, what does it mean? How does it affect one's Z score?
For the development stage, it's going to have the total assets are going to be high. So the revenue will be low. Profits, PBIT will be 0 to low, or probably 0. Retained earnings as well, reserve. So they're all going to be low, while the assets will be high. So basically, we are going to have a very low Z score, which seems like the company is going to fail in the next 2 years.
Okay, let's take it one by one. So correctly, you said that the Z score is likely going to be low. So let me now add some things to that. Now we know that when a mine is being developed, it earns no revenue at all. Rather, it will be incurring cost. So at that stage, no profit as well. But like you've said, the total assets will be high. So that's a kind of expansion on what you've said. And how does that affect the Z score? So come here and speak to it. You know, here, total asset is a major component of, so look at it, of this calculation of Z score. X1 has it, X2 has it, X3 has it, and X5 has it. So like for X3, for instance, profit before interest and tax will be 0. So that means that X3 will be 0. And remember, X3 is the major component of Z score because the weighting is 3.3. So it's weighted 3.3 compared to X2 compared to X1 and so on and so forth. So what that means is that the Z score for that purpose, for that reason, will be very low. And that will indicate a high risk of corporate failure. Then I will go also to the second one, the production phase. At production phase, we are earning revenue and we are having profit as well. You understand me? The total assets should be depleting, should be reducing. You understand me? And what that means is that you might have a relatively higher Z score compared to the development phase. And what that means is that, If the Z score is higher, it means that the risk of corporate failure will be low. The probability of failure will be low. Then you come to decommissioning. At decommissioning too, the total asset will be very, very low, but there is no profits before interest and tax, no profits. So that means that the Z score will also be low, but not as low as it will be low. We can compare that to the production, and that also speaks to risk, that is probability of a corporate failure being high. That's basically what you are meant to do. You look at each phase. They've mentioned life cycle. So let me give you a hint. I've seen quite a lot of questions on life cycle. Question is asking you for calculation, which, calculation at APM will be easy, will be straightforward, and will not give you a lot of marks in the exam. A whole APM exam may not have any calculation, and if at all it has calculation, maybe 10 marks or thereabout. I'm not saying 10 marks is not a lot, but what I'm saying is that compared to 90 marks coming from explanation. So what I'm saying in essence is that life cycle question always utilizes your understanding of each phase of the life cycle. You could see that there is a bit of amendment here. So if somebody is looking for research and development, introduction, growth, and withdrawal, you are not seeing that here. So if you make your answer in line with that, then there's going to be a problem, because that will show that, you've not adapted your knowledge to what you have in the scenario. But in this scenario, we have clearly 3 stages of life cycle. Speak to the nature, the financial and operating characteristics of each of them, and then how it affects this Z score. Whether the Z score is low, remember, if the Z score is low, that means that the probability of failure is high. If the Z score is high, the probability of failure is low. That is what the examiner expects you to do for 7 marks here. Is this well understood?
Yes, it is. But please, I have a quick question.
Right.
So I understand that this methodology is actually very effective, like breaking it into 3 different life cycles or so. But like the 10 minutes when you said we should think of how we'll have our answers, the way I did mine was based on the 5 stages of products, a product life cycle, right? But I could still explain it based on the scenario, right? Like probably the design stage would be like the first 2 years, then the 20 years will be the next like 3 stage, then the decommissioning stage will be like the death stage or so. Will that still be appropriate?
Well, except I see the points you made in each of the phases, introduction, except I see those points. But even in the absence of those points and how you've scaffolded your points, I would rather ask you to, if you have a similar question in your exam, don't just rush, don't just do the 5 that, every life cycle question must have 5 stages. No, there may be, so like here, there specifically it has been mentioned that there are 3 stages in life cycle. There are 3 stages. So just develop your points around the 3 stages. And that will save you time. And that would also make your point to be focused. And the examiner will appreciate that, look, this person understands this particular point and is making his points in response to what I want. Because if you do 5 stages, like you said, there are chances that you'll have written what is not necessary. I guess that. But like I said, I wouldn't conclude on that. except I see your points. Is that understood?
Yes, it is. Yes, thanks.
Okay. So for 8 marks, so look at it, give 4 detailed recommendations. Now, in previous occasions where I've solved this question, I told them that this is what you should do here. More so, the question has provided you a clue that providing suitable justifications. So what you're going to look at is that what are the problems in this organization and how do you solve the problems? I've mentioned some problems there. They've mentioned, so can you come up with solution to the, so can you identify 4 problems mentioned in this scenario and give solutions to the, as in practical solutions to the 4 problems? Because that's what this question is saying. Okay. Give 4 detailed recommendations to reduce. There are 4 issues there that may cause corporate failure. So identify them and explain solutions to them.
Let me mention one.
Okay.
So, like you said earlier, they get like 75% of their revenue is coming from foreign exchange. So it's important that they edge it so that to reduce the risk of fluctuation in foreign exchange. That would really help them and ensure that they get, so edging will be a very good way to help their business.
Okay, what you're saying is that, so I want to be sure that we are saying the same thing. So you are saying that because of the fact that they earn a lot of their revenue in foreign exchange, they may find a way to hedge, are you getting me, the contracts, so that they can have a stable inflow, as in their flows can be predictable. Okay, that's a problem. I agree with that. But there's another thing that could come up from that statement where they said that a mine takes an average 2 years to develop before it can produce ore, and the revenue 25 to ratio 25 to 75 between selling the ore under fixed price contract over 5 years and selling on the spot market. There's another point that I can come out of that.
I think from what you just read now, I think something else is coming. Why not? Can they try as much as possible to see if they can even increase what they sell locally? Because it's saying
locally, or increase the proportion of their fixed term contracts, fixed price contracts.
Yeah, that's what is written here.
Yeah, that's if you say locally, that would not fly. But if you say that, trying to get more of their contracts into, as in alter the ratio, maybe like 60% to 40%, that would be better for their business in terms of planning. Other than the current 25, the current 25 to 75% shows that a lot of their revenue is variable. If they are selling at spot market 75%, that spot market is open to fluctuations. So why don't we have a situation whereby we negotiate the contract in such a way that we have a lot of the contract fixed, so that we know exactly how much, and I want to say this. So some of you who did AFM or who are also planning to write AFM might be thinking, I will now bring in AFM into this. The answer is no. With all respect to everyone, I'm just trying to, these are basic things. And even before writing AFM, you've written FM, and some of these things are discussed there, in the sense that the essence of things like this is not to make profit. Some of you might be thinking, if they now do a lot of fixed. That will affect their profitability. Look, a business has to be stable first. When a business is faced with risk of failure, it needs predictability, it needs stability first. So if a business could hedge its inflow, that gives them predictability to plan with. If a business could have a lot of its contract under fixed price contract, that gives them a lot of predictability as well, a lot of something to plan with. We are not looking at profits here. Remember, cash flow is the number one issue when it comes to failure. Once a business cannot project cash flow, does not have a predictable pattern of cash flow, the business will collapse. And all these two things that we've mentioned here, they will ensure that the business has a predictable inflow. I hope I am speaking and to everyone, and this is well understood. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Do we also have another problem that can be, so can we spot another problem and can we address it here? There are two more problems here that could be addressed. Two more. I want you to look at it. There are two more problems here.
Good morning. Okay, so
Good morning.
can we say that they should try as much as possible to avoid their minds being on the same stage, since they have about 4 minds, and we know that the development stage is going to be more of a cost stage, and they should try as much as possible to avoid at least maybe 1 or 2 minds being on the same stage, so they can spread the cost.
Brilliant points. Brilliant point. So I will now add to that. That's a very good point. So, if all of the mines are at development stage, like you mentioned, or they are all at the commissioning, or even, let's say even 1 or 2 of the mines is at development, another one at the commissioning, that will put the business under a lot of pressure. So in line with what you've said, and in addition to it, so that if they have some mines at the commissioning or at development stage, there will be mines, a lot of mines that need to run the business and to even develop other mines. So the answer to that is that there are fewer, they have just 4 mines. Can they acquire more and ensure that, these mines at the development stage, substantial part are not at the commissioning stage. You have a lot of them at production phase. It's good to have some at development phase. Remember, you can even connect this to BCG, Boston Consulting Group matrix. Are you getting me? You have to have dog, you have to have star. You understand me? A balanced portfolio. And if you've read the learning outcome in this area, you'll see that they connected BCG, life cycle costing, and prediction and prevention of corporate failure. That after the class. So that is a very brilliant point. You can have more mines, ensuring that these mines are different stages of their life cycle. You don't have a lot of them at development. You don't have a lot of them at, so that's a brilliant point. Leaving us with just 1 point more.
So in the case of acquiring new mines, they should do proper due diligence to get the appropriate price to be paid when they want to probably acquire a competitor or acquire their mine so that they don't end up overpaying like the company that became insolvent.
You said what?
I said so that they don't end up overpaying like the company that became insolvent. They should have proper due diligence.
Brilliant points. So they could avoid overvaluation problem. So they could ensure, like you said, that a lot of due diligence go into their acquisition strategy so that they don't overpay for acquisition targets, for takeover targets. Thereby, they can avoid what is happening to their competitors. So those are the 4 problems here. And we've provided reasonable recommendations that for us to get all the marks. So is this well understood? Hello, is this well understood?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can we proceed to the next question, Lorea and Parsley? So again, we would have another 10 minutes to look at the question, read the question, come up with your response, plan your answer, and then let's go after the next 10 minutes. So by 23 minutes to 11, that's 10:37, we'll come back and then do it together.
Please, can the question be projected? Hello.
It is projected. It's on the screen.
Oh, I can't see it from my end.
You have to exit the meeting and come back into the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm back to where we left it. I've given extra 2 minutes as well, so that the person who said that she was unable to see the question would have seen the question and read. So if you're asked to use a Argentine's A score, or let me first of all confirm, are we all good with the reading of the question and planning the answer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So using Argentine's A score model, evaluate whether LP is at risk of corporate failure. So who can tell me for these 12 marks what you're going to do?
Let me try.
Yeah.
Okay. So we use the Argentine's A-score model, which comprise the defects, mistakes, and symptoms, and we link them to the scenario. For instance, defects has to do with management defects and financial defects. And based on management defects here, we can see that the CEO prepared and submitted the bid by himself, things like that, which shows that probably they have maybe a passive board, or the or the CEO is let me say a tough personality, basically. So we use the three points under the Argentine model to get our answers from the scenario.
So specifically, you said we use the 3. So can you use the 3?
Okay. Let me start with defects, right? So part of for defects, we have maybe cash flow management, lack of cost planning. We have passive board and the rest. So if we read the scenario, let me see. Then I think there's over reliance on a main business as well. So for the defects, we can see that despite the board's objection, the CEO asks for LP to prepare bids, right? So this shows that the CEO is kind of a tough personality, which is part of the defects. Another defect is when management are not really doing their duties. And part of what we have here is we've seen that the project was executed when most of them were taking their annual holidays, right? And the finance director had been absent due to illness. So that's part of it. That's part of the management defects, right? Then the financial defects, let me say cost planning. So the cost was not planned appropriately. That's why they had a cost that will be more than their anticipated revenue. Things like that. So that's under defects. Then it goes down. So if we have defects, then it will lead to mistakes. So for mistakes, okay, then under defects. So I think one of the main things under defects is over reliance on a main side of the business, and that's when they want to go into another. I think they said something about to prepare bid for work on non-commercial building projects. So for the mistakes, there are 3 aspects of the mistakes, which is gearing, over trading. Okay, I think that reliance on key business is under mistakes. Yeah, so the company already has an operational gearing ratio of 15%, 50% higher than its main rival, right? Yep. Then when we go down to the symptoms, part of the symptoms, I know there are low Z score, staff leaving the firm and all, and we can see that that led to some symptoms that these have led to staff working long hours, morale has fallen, and several experienced employees have left the firm. Yeah, so if I'm typing, I'll get more points because I'm just trying to speak out.
That is a scam.
No, it's not actually. I'm just looking at it. I'm picking out the points. So, but anyway.
But I've given you up to 12.
You,
But I've
you
given
did
you
not
up to 12
evaluate.
minutes to be able to do that. I think somebody else wants to contribute.
Yeah, so basically, he has done a very good job to some of the key highlights, but I think you failed to look at the score given for the evaluation, especially where you were told
So
that
that's an
it has
easy
scored
math.
47
Thank you very much.
using Argenta A score model. So you need to make a judgment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's a judgment that needs to be made at that point if there's a risk of corporate failure.
Yeah. Any other point? Okay. Thank you for the contributions. And you see that I've adopted, for those who have known me in this class before now, you discover that the style I've adopted this morning is quite unlike me. And why I've adopted this style is that I don't just want us to be looking at the technical issues. Let's look at exam techniques as well. If anybody has attended all our classes, have done the assignments and all of that, you are likely going to score more than 40. And if that is the case, it means that what you need more are the exam techniques, not just the knowledge. Now, you will discover that the first question I did a breakdown. The second question too, let's look at the breakdown. So using Argentia's score model, evaluate whether LP is at risk of corporate failure. Evaluate. So like the last speaker said, I will initially talk about the score that I have here, the last one. It has been suggested to the board that LP may be at the risk of corporate failure as it has score 47 using the Argentine A score model, which is shown in Appendix 1. So I'll first of all comment on that because we know that the maximum acceptable score is 25. That is 10 marks with your defects and 15 marks in the mistakes. You don't expect any mark in symptom. If there is any mark, if there should be any symptom, you know that the organization, the business is at risk. So this 47 is so much, is very high compared to the benchmark of 25. So as it is, the company is at the risk of failure. That's number one point you need to make. You need to make that point very clear. Then the rest of the discussion for these 12 marks should now be structured around defects, mistakes, and symptoms. Don't just go on a general discussion. Do you have defects here? Do you have mistakes? Do you have symptoms? Take them one by one. So after you've explained that 47 and what it means, then go ahead and tell us what are the defects you could see here, what are the mistakes you could see, what are the symptoms. If you do otherwise, your structure will not support getting a lot of marks here. So the most important thing I am bringing to the table this morning is the structure, how you structure your discussion so that you can maximize the mark that is available. You've explained that 47 what it means, then structure your discussion around defect, mistakes, and symptoms. So let me just remind you what the mistakes are. Mistakes will be in form of things like the chairman is also the chief executive, the CEO is also the chief executive is autocratic, the board is passive, there is a passive finance director, or there is no finance
Sorry,
director.
is that not defects? Because you're calling it mistakes. Those are the defects.
I said defects. I wanted to say defect. If I have, I think that's a slip. So those are defects. So the CEO is also the chairman. You have very autocratic chief. You have a board that is passive, that is not interested in scrutinizing the. In fact, it's more likely that if you have an autocratic CEO, you are likely is going to go along with a situation whereby the board is where the board is passive. Also, you don't have cash flow forecast. The organization, the management does not respond to change. So you are looking at management and accounting defects, basically. So before I go to mistakes, can we bring out the management and accounting defect in this question? So we've explained the meaning of that 47. Now, let's structure our discussion around defects, mistakes, and symptoms. So let's start with defects. So what are the defects? Management weaknesses, accounting weaknesses that we have in this scenario. Hello? Hello?
Oh.
So what are the defects we have here?
Okay, the defects we have in this case, we have an autocrat as the chief executive is an autocrat. We have a passive directors. Then we have a weak finance director for defects.
Actually, it's not a weak finance director. I think that's about the accounting deficiency, because if you look at it, the costing was done improperly. The man is actually not available that time, so I'm not sure it's his fault. If they had allowed him to probably had employed probably the right person to do the job in absentia, someone who knows about accounting, costing, and all of that, probably that kind of mistakes or the defect could have been avoided. But this is an accounting deficiency issue in terms of the costing for the bid.
Well, I don't think there is. It
So
depends
should we add lack of skills?
And both of them are acceptable.
I think it should come under management weakness, because if the finance director has been away for over a year, then it's a lack of it's a management weakness. They should make provision for replacement.
I think under defect, that should be lack of skills of the board. Since the finance director is not available, they did not replace him with someone that has the appropriate skill to carry out the costing. So this should be under defect, but the appropriate point should be lack of skills on the board.
The point I'm making is this: whether the way the lady explained it or the way the guy explained it, it's a defect. It's not a mistake. So we have a situation here whereby as the finance director has been absent due to illness for a year. We can say that there is no strong finance director. If there is no strong, so this could be interpreted the absence of a finance director. It simply means that if there is no strong finance director, scrutinize, to bring in his professional skills to help scrutinize what they are doing and how they are reporting it, what they are, how they should go about it. That's a defect. It's not going to be a mistake. So how we explain that, no matter how we explain that, is going to end up as a defect. So is that the only defect we have there? The finance director, the absence of the finance director due to illness, is that the only defect that we have there?
Actually, there's another record here that says that they have a very low track record in the non-commercial aspect of the business they just ventured in. Although it is not affected by the recession, but they still don't have the technical know-how about the nature of that kind of business.
I think that's a mistake.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. If from here, so let me read the second sentence. Due to economic recession, which began in late 2017, demand for LP's services fell dramatically, and there was insufficient work for all of the firm's consultants. LP Chief Executive Officer believes that the recession will be short and that LP should do all it can to retain its highly skilled and experienced workforce ready for when demand increases after the end of the recession. The rest of the board believes that the firm should cut the size of the workforce until that time. Does that speak to any defect?
Yeah, I think so.
I told you that despite the board's objection, the CEO asked for LP to prepare. So this is telling you that you have a dominant or an autocratic chief executive in this case. Is that not the case?
Very correct.
If the CEO, oh, I didn't hear that. So
she said that was the first thing she said.
Okay. So we've seen a situation whereby the finance director is not available. We've seen a dominant and autocratic CEO. And like I told you, autocratic CEO always goes together with a passive board. So those three could easily be brought out here. Easily. Without any problem. You could easily bring out those three as defects and explain them properly within this context, what it means. Don't just identify them as defects. What do they mean?
Do we need to state the marks?
You said what?
Do we need to state the marks?
Marks?
Yes.
What do you mean by the marks?
Okay, so for instance, you know the chief
the waiting.
It's like 8 marks.
Do we need to state, when you said state the marks, are you saying the breakdown of the marks or state the marks?
Breakdown of the marks.
So the first point you mentioned about interpretation, the evaluation of this 47, that cannot fetch you more than 1. But by the time you pick the defect, we've seen 3 defects, and you explain the 3 defects, I'm quite sure you can get as much as 5 marks there. You can get as much as 4.5 marks. Well explained. We've seen 3 defects, explain them, what it means for this business, how it affects, how it increases their chances of failure. You understand me? You can get as much as 4.5 there, because those are 3 points that you've identified. But like I've told you, don't just identify them, explain them. And then go on to mistakes. So have I answered your question? Is that an answer? Is that an appropriate answer to your question?
Not really, sir. What I'm trying to ask is, like, for instance, each point under weaknesses, they have like marks. They have 8 for autocrat. You have 8 marks, to compute.
You don't need that.
You don't need all of that. Okay.
You don't need that.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
Yeah. All what you need to do is, you're welcome. All you need to do is identify the management and accounting defects, explain what it means, how it increases their risk of failure. So you get, for a good explanation of each of those points, you're going to get at least 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. With the evaluation of the score of 47 you've done earlier, mark for that, so you can get as much as 5.5 so far. Now, can we go to management? So can we go to mistakes? So how many mistakes do we have there? How many mistakes?
For mistakes, I think we can take the 3. The 3 other mistakes is gearing, overtrading, and reliance on a key business.
Do we have all the 3%?
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, I think we do.
I think the point I made initially.
I wanted to justify that.
Okay. Justifying it. Okay, reliance on a key business. So right now, the other aspects are there's an economic recession, so they are trying to rely on non-commercial building projects where they don't even have experience, right? So that's reliance on that to sustain the business till the economic recession is over. For overtrading, they do not have enough resource, right, to push that project through. So they said it quickly became apparent that the staff resources required for the housing development projects were much greater than the CEO has anticipated in the bid. So I think that can go for overtrading. Then for gearing, the company already has an operational.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you there, brother. What is overtrading?
Overtrading, there are various symptoms for overtrading, like probably your increased revenue with low cash and probably high receivables. It basically has to do with working capital, right? When you don't have enough working capital to sustain your business revenue growth, right? So in this case, I feel they're trying to get revenue from their new business, but they do not have enough working capital and staff resources to sustain it. That's the way I see it anyway.
Okay. Do we have anybody who has? I've not said that that is correct or incorrect as far as overtrading is concerned.
Okay.
I'd like to dive into that. Thank you. So for
overtrading.
Okay, so it means that business is the kind of expansion they have is bigger than what their working capital can accommodate. And in the case of LP, they are not even so big. They don't even have so much businesses at hand. So there's no really case of overtrading here, other than a mere costing error.
So let me just buttress that. I think the mistake is the poor financial planning, because if they had planned well, they wouldn't have even find themselves in where they are. So it's not really like they are, and I don't think diversifying is a bad idea. They're only trying to diversify to survive. So it's only the mistake they made was that the planning in going into a new business was not right. They didn't do the proper planning for.
I don't think the planning is the only issue here. They also don't have the skills, because they are only skilled in.
I'm so much focusing on you getting overtrading correctly. That do we have overtrading? I don't want us to deviate.
There's no case of overtrading.
What is overtrading? And is there overtrading here? That is the point.
Overtrading happens when a company when a company expand more than its capital can accommodate, more than it can finance.
Do we have that here?
We don't.
So that is okay. You feel
because they don't even have so much businesses at hand. They only focus on the non-commercial aspect. The only thing is that currently now they have made a blunder in the bid, which has shortened the finance ability for the project. So it's not like they are so big rather than what their business, their capital, working capital can accommodate. They are not really that big, but there is a financial costing blunder on the bid. That's where bulk of this issue is coming from. So I'm not seeing much of overtrading in the issue.
Okay. Sorry, I think you are wrong to say that it's a small project, because it says that their staff resources could not take on the project. So that means this is even bigger than the previous project they previously had, right? That's what I think, because I mean they did not lay off their staff, but it's apparent that the staff resources required were much greater than the CEO had anticipated. So don't you think that this project is bigger than what they previously had, right? So, well, one of the
business
expansion. Let's round up.
I think the discussion around the staffing relates to what was quoted for the bid, not necessarily that they don't have enough staff. Okay, it is what he anticipated for that bid that was wrong. So ultimately, he may have to bring in staff from another part of the business or staff handling other projects to add to this one. So it's not as if they don't have enough staff. But what he anticipated for this bid was incorrect. And then I also think using a fixed fee for a venture that you don't have expertise may have been another major mistake that was made that is affecting this contract.
Okay.
Sorry, I think the idea of overtrading that he was trying to bring out is that LP is relying so much on debt finance as against equity compared to the major competitor. I think that's what he's trying to bring out, basically.
Okay. So the point I'm making is this, and I want everyone to look at it. So I so much appreciate the contribution from everyone. Now, what is overtrading? And that goes back to what I said earlier in terms of knowledge. If you don't understand what is overtrading, it will be difficult to justify it in this scenario. And what is overtrading? Overtrading means you trying to do too much, too quickly, without the necessary long-term finance. Do we have an organization that is trying to do too much, that is venturing into so many things at the same time? That's not the case here. They are just trying to do this since there is no work in that area where they are specialists. So for me, well, I'm open to a contrary argument. There is no overtrading here. So what we have basically here, you said what? So for me, the two mistakes that we have here is that there is a big project that is failing currently or about to fail. So failure of a big project. And two, the question mentioned that LP already has an operating gearing ratio 50% higher than its main rival. Those are the two major mistakes here that you are meant to explain for the examiner. So in the defects, we identify 3 or 4, I think. Here in the mistake, we identify 2, and they have to be well explained. Because like all of you agreed, according to Argentine's score, your mistake could be only 3. You could have failure of a big project, you could have over trading, and you could have high gearing. And permit me to speak about the concept of gearing. Basically, you see, the concept of financial gearing is so popular with accounting students. Everybody could explain financial gearing, almost everybody, and you could talk about the ratios and all of that indicate whether a business is having a high financial gearing or not. But gearing, students often struggle. In fact, many people don't understand. Many people don't identify gearing as having two faces. That is, there are two aspects of gearing. There is operational gearing, there is financial gearing. Many people don't appreciate that. So if within Argentine's A score, we have mistake of gearing, it could be financial gearing, it could be operational gearing. And that is more reason why I am demanding. Remember, this is one of the points I mentioned earlier about practicing questions between September and now. So we have almost 9 questions. So each of them so you have like 27 questions between that September 2014 up to now. Up to, yes, we have so two for 2019, 2 for 2020, 2 for 2021. Okay, we don't have anything for 2022 yet. So we have like 7 questions. And I can tell you that all the questions on corporate failure in all of these 7 questions I've mentioned, they don't feature in all the sittings, but those that feature, they have a lot to do with operating gearing and financial gearing. And the questions are not traditional. Some of the questions are not traditional, like the one that we saw, the Coulombs. So I will want you to update your knowledge. There is nothing to apply if the knowledge is not there. It's good that in APM classes we say, oh, apply. But how will you apply what you don't even know? So it's very, very important that we come up very good. We identify areas where the knowledge is lacking, where the knowledge is fine, where the knowledge is lacking. We understand it, we get the knowledge, and then we apply. So in this case, we have no over trading. So basically, we have a high operating gearing, and then we have a failure of a big project. So explain that very well, how they've come about rather, and the implication for corporate failure. And that at least will give you another 3 marks or thereabout. So add that to the 5.5 you got before, you have like 8.5 now. Then go to symptom. Do we have any symptom here? The question is that, do we have any symptom here?
To ask. Hello?
You said?
Yes.
Sir, please, I want to ask.
Symptom.
Okay, there's a question, so let me take the question first.
Can we talk about their response to situations like in their discussion, they were talking about reducing workforce, and the CEO wants them to retain their workforce. Is that not an issue? That they're not responding properly? Sorry?
We've mentioned that as part of a defect. That shows that the CEO is autocratic, wanting to retain staff, whereas the industry knowledge says that because of recession, reduce staff.
That's under being autocratic, but I'm talking about response to changes, like the situation has changed. What about their response to change?
Yes, so you are saying, so you still want to discuss that as poor response to change under defect. Yes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, it can still fly. Proper explanation.
Okay, thank
you. It will still fly. It will still fly. But I just hope that if you've explained it as an autocratic CEO, the examiner will not take that as duplication of points. So, but you can try your luck. So, if you've run out of a point, you want to duplicate a point, you may explain it differently and the examiner may give you. Because when you talk about poor response to changes, to change, you are talking about things like, let's say that certain processes have been computerized in the industry. So your competitors, they've computerized certain processes, they've moved away from certain way of doing things, and you are still stuck in those ways. Those are things that we may largely refer to as poor response to change. But if this is what you want to discuss, and that in recession, every other business are cutting down their workforce, you understand me, and you want to discuss that as so it's fine and good. Is that understood?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we have we've explained what that score of 47 means. We've identified the defects. I just told you, don't just identify the defects. That will not fetch you anything. Explain the implication of the defects for corporate failure. Then the mistakes. We've agreed that there are two mistakes here. High gearing, how it come about, explain it, what it means for the business, how it increases the risk of corporate failure. And then we have failure of a big project. The only project they have in at hand that they hope to use to turn around the fortunes of the company is that building project, and the project is clearly failing. Explain that. And then, do we have any symptoms there? Or let's just remind ourselves generally, what are the symptoms? When we talk about symptoms, what are the symptoms?
Symptoms can include cosmetic financial reporting or creative accounting.
So do we have that here? You are correct. Do we have that here?
There seems to be one.
Okay.
I assume that for the CEO prepared and submitted the bid himself to meet the deadline. The submission of this was done at a time when most of the board were taking their annual leave. I wouldn't know if
can we say that is Emeka, can we say that is creative accounting?
That's why I said
what is creative accounting, Emeka?
That is deliberate distortion of a record just to probably convince maybe accounting users or the users of the financial statement or the report as it were. But here I am assuming it is not clearly stated, because something that was done in a rush, and that aspect of preparing the bid when board members were not around, who ordinarily should actually look at the report and approve it.
Okay.
I think that's a matter of lacking skill, not necessarily creative accounting. Because if the intention was to deceive people, then it's creative, but that was not the intention. He just didn't have the skill to prepare that project.
So that's I so much align with what my sister there said. This is not creative accounting. You know, creative accounting will mean that you know the right thing to do, but you decided to do the opposite so as to impress some people, so as to create a false impression. Are you getting me on some people? But in this case, the man does not have the financial skill. He doesn't have the financial accounting. He doesn't have the skill to do this. So it's not creative accounting.
Anyway, what actually made me to think in that direction I stand to be corrected, was this part that, you know, he did this thing in the when the deliberately when the board members were not around, when they were on leave. You know,
I don't think we should assume, basically. I don't think we should be assuming. The question did not say he did anything. So you are just making an assumption, which I don't think we should do.
There's no problem. There's no problem.
And also, Emeka, let me add this. Submitting bids does not mean you are preparing a financial statement.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just submitting a bid that, oh, this is what it will take us to do the job, and this is how much we are putting for the job. It is not a preparation of you are not preparing financial statements for external users, either for lender, for creditor, or for other primary users of the financial statement. Do you understand that, Emeka?
No, exactly. I like the way we argued this so that it will actually make me remember more. So thank you for that explanation and the contribution of others.
Okay. Now, talking about, so you've mentioned one symptom. Remember, before we apply to this scenario, we are reminding ourselves of the symptoms. So you mentioned one, creative accounting. It's one of the symptoms, but unfortunately, we don't have it in this scenario. What other symptoms do we have?
Non-financial.
We have
exit of
You said what?
For non-financial side, one of the indicator is high staff turnover. And as we have it in the case here, we were told that some of the staff are already leaving as a result of being overloaded or overworked.
Okay, so you do have non-financial indicators that could tell you that if that could symptomize corporate failure. And one of such is staff morale plunging, staff leaving in droves. So like you said, high staff turnover. You understand me? Also, we could have the financial indicators deteriorating. But in this case, we don't have the ratios. So we might not be able to comment on that. So basically, the only thing we have there, are you getting me, is the fact that staff morale has fallen, as we've been told here. So it quickly became apparent that the staff resources required for the housing project, for the housing development were much. Okay, somebody said sorry.
Yeah, this operating gearing, because it said as LP already has an operating gearing ratio of 50%. So now they are compared to their main rival. It means that was not, that's where they are now. So it has deteriorated to that. Can't we also tweak that to also add to the operating ratios that we may want to speak to?
That's brilliant. That's ingenious. Quite, you could do that. Because yeah, that you could do that. That's ingenious. That's brilliant. So you could talk about the feasible one, which is the fact that according to this has led to staff working long hours, morale has fallen, and several experienced employees have left since the firm. Have since left the firm. So when you've explained that as a non-financial indicator of symptom, you could also refer to that it's a deteriorating financial indicator. So, like I said, it is a mistake, clearly. And if you could argue your point that this is a deteriorating financial indicator, you might succeed with the examiner awarding you mark for that. Because we have, so financial indicators could include, we have financial indicators that we can use to measure operating gear. Two financial indicators that you can use to measure operational gearing. Can you tell me financial indicators you can use to measure operational gearing?
Sorry, are you asking for how to calculate operational gearing? Like the
Yes,
formula?
when I ask for financial indicators for measuring operational gearing, yes, how do you calculate it?
Okay, it's fixed cost over total cost. That's one. Then we can also use contribution over PBIT, I think.
Yeah, you can use contribution over PBIT. Why? Let me ask you so that I can use these points to explain some things that you can see in further question. Everybody understands operational gearing, that you are having a very high fixed cost. And the meaning of that is that if you have a very high fixed cost, when revenue are not stable, then the probability of being profitable is going to be very low because you've committed to a very high fixed cost, even when revenue are falling. So I believe everybody can understand you calculating your total fixed cost as a proportion of your total cost, or even calculating your total fixed cost as a proportion of your total revenue. All of these could indicate whether you are highly geared operationally or not. Even you can calculate variable cost as a proportion. So anything cost that could help you, your cost is fixed, how much of your cost is variable, in relation to so many other figures, could help you to analyze operational gearing. That's very important. Now, how do you use, so what does it mean? So how do you come about? I'm just asking for the purpose of explaining this very well to everybody in the class. So how come that you can use contribution as your numerator and PBIT as your denominator to assess operational gearing? I want you to explain that to me. What's the connection? Is that
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
He said that in measuring operational gearing, you can use
Contribution over
contribution
PBIT.
divided by PBIT. So I'm now saying why? Why? What information are you trying to see from that?
So I think using it will show us the percentage of our variable costs, the cost that we have that is variable to our profits.
I really don't accept that.
Might be wrong, but sorry, I think I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think contribution is so revenue minus variable cost should give us our fixed cost. So it shows the proportion of how will I put it, fixed costs that will give us our profits, something like that.
Okay, it's good to understand these ratios so that you'll be able to explain them, not just for the purpose of this class, but you might be called upon to explain ratios. You asked to justify a KPI, suggest a KPI, all these skills are necessary. Now, if you say contribution divided by PBIT, like you said, you obtain contribution by subtracting variable cost from revenue. That's agreed. Subtract what do you call it? Variable cost from revenue, you get contribution. Now, what is now the relationship between contribution and PBIT? The relationship is that you subtract fixed cost from contribution to get your PBIT. Meaning that even if your contribution is very high, if your fixed cost is high as well, it means that your PBIT, your profit before interest and tax, will be very low. That is the connection. So contribution that you have compared to your PBIT. If your contribution is high and PBIT is low, it means that you've got a high fixed cost. But if your contribution is high and your PBIT is low, it means you've got a very low fixed cost. So that's the connection. You must be able to explain. So that's what those are the skills you need when you are explaining all these ratios. And that's where
Sorry, please. Can you explain it again?
If your contribution is high, so let me first of all tell you, contribution subtract fixed cost will give you PBIT. So you can first of all take that down. When you subtract fixed cost from contribution, you get PBIT. Have you taken that?
Yes, yes.
Now, if your PBIT is low, despite having a very large contribution, what does that mean? It means you have a high fixed cost. And that means that you have a high operational gearing. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
But if you have a high contribution with a high PBIT, what does that mean?
It means your
Is that?
It means that your fixed costs are low.
It's low, and that means that you have a low operational gearing. Do you agree with me on that? So that's the interpretation of that particular ratio in terms of its use.
Hello, Bineo.
Yeah, hello.
So is it also okay to do fixed cost over contribution for operational gearing? And secondly, I also want to please explain fixed cost over total fixed cost over total costs and scenarios where each of them can be applicable.
Well, your fixed cost as a proportion of total cost that shows you. So if you
the line is breaking. Network is breaking.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now.
So if you calculate, if you have a fixed cost, if you have a total cost of 1,000, and the fixed cost out of that is 700, and you calculate the percentage, that gives you 70. Just remember, operational gearing is looking at how high or how low is your fixed cost. So you trying to know how much of your total cost is fixed, definitely, directly helps you to assess your operational gearing. There is no doubt about that. Because you are trying to, so operational gearing is trying to see how high or how low is your fixed cost. And the essence of you knowing that is that so that you can see how likely your business will survive if revenue should go down. Revenue is not fixed. Revenue is variable. But if your cost is fixed, if the proportion of your cost that is fixed is high, despite revenue going down, it simply means that you are highly geared. That's the meaning. You have a high operational gearing because whether you like it or not, you don't have the revenue. There is a high cost. There is a high fixed cost. that means that you have a high operational gearing. So the main or the simplest explanation of operational gearing is you wanting to find out how high or how low your fixed cost is, basically. It doesn't have any other. So you have so many variants. You can do your total, you can do your fixed cost, your total fixed cost as a proportion of the total cost. You can do your total fixed cost as a proportion of your revenue. You can do your total fixed cost as proportion of some other things. Once it is
of contribution, please can you speak on that? Fixed cost over contribution.
Are you referring to the ratio I explained as contribution divided by PBIT, or you want me to explain fixed cost over contribution?
No, because the reason I'm asking is I've always thought operational gearing should be calculated as fixed cost over contribution, but some questions find out that different question scenarios means different ways of calculating operational gearing. So I'm just thinking, one, I don't know if what I've been doing has been the correct thing, or I also want to believe that it's scenario based sometimes. So won't even knowing the what particular ratio to use at that point, is also key. So using fixed cost over contribution, I want to have a better understanding and the scenario which that could be applied to. That's my question.
Okay, so
thank you.
So if you calculate fixed cost as a proportion of contribution, what information does it give you? I'm asking you, if you calculate fixed cost as a proportion of your contribution, what information is that giving to you?
It's showing the proportion of fixed cost to contribution. For example, contribution is 10,000 and fixed cost is, let's say, 8,000. So it's saying that 80% of the total contribution is fixed cost elements. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's going towards covering the fixed cost. Remember, when we say contribution means contribution towards covering fixed cost and making profit. Until your fixed cost is covered, you can make profit. So if you have a contribution of 10,000, whereas your fixed cost is 7,000, it means that 7,000 out of the 10,000 we go towards covering fixed cost, and you are left with 3,000 as profits. Compare that to a situation whereby you have the same contribution of 10,000 and your fixed cost element is 3,000. So it means that 3,000 out of 10,000 goes towards covering fixed cost, leaving you with a profit of 7,000. So in which of the two scenarios are you going to say that you have a high operational gain?
Yeah, the former, it's clear. It's very clear. Thank you, Bineo.
Yeah. Okay. So you've also answered the other part of the question, in which it is scenario dependent. So it is scenario dependent, but anything, just look at it. Oh, does this thing, this particular KPI, does it help me to assess how much is my fixed cost? It's going to be fine. And you will discover that all the variants that I've mentioned, they all speak to knowing the proportion of your fixed cost. Is your fixed cost high or your fixed cost low? That's basically what you are doing. So if that is understood, so we've spoken about, so what led us here are the symptoms. So somebody said that it could as well explain operational gearing increasing by 50% more than the main rival to be the same thing as a sign of a symptom of failure. So provided you can justify that this is a financial indicator, and before now it was this, now it is this, then you are fine. But like I've said, always discuss those points that are very, very obvious. So it's very obvious that in this question we have, what do we call it? We have the morale of staff falling, several experienced employees leaving the company. That's a non-financial sign of symptom of corporate failure. So explain all of that, and you could see that. So let's say even on a conservative basis, you are able to do all of. So you get 10 on the basis 1 mark for explaining that 47. We identify 3 defects. So let's say 1.5 for each of them. That's 4.5 plus 1. That's 5.5. We identified 2 mistakes, each of them for 1.5. Remember, I'm not just saying identification, but explaining it. Well, 3. 3 plus 5.5. That's 8.5. We identify just one symptom, but I'm quite sure that one symptom will not just be 1.5. Well explained that, oh, even having symptom at all is a sign that the organization is going down. Remember that. We don't expect to see any symptom. So having a symptom at all is a sign that the organization is at risk of corporate failure. So you get, let's say, like 2 or 2.5. So you can see that your mark is not 12, but is between 10 and 11, and that is a good one. So that's what you are expected to do there. Make sure that your points are well structured. If they are well structured, you will have a lot of marks. So at this point, I would like to call for a break. When we come back on the other side of the break, we'll be looking at B and C. So we go for a break now, and then the break will be for exactly 19 minutes. 19 minutes. The break will be for exactly 19 minutes. So we'll come back exactly 12 noon. Thank you. So I'm back here. Are we all back? Hello, are we all back? Are we back here? So if you are back, be looking at advice LP, what performance management system are needed to improve performance in respect of each of the mistakes. So there are 2 mistakes, each of the, okay, we've mentioned 2 mistakes and symptoms we've identified. So that means that you are focusing on the mistakes and the symptoms we've identified. So let me give you an extra. So while we're waiting for others to join the class, let me give an extra 2-3 minutes for you to think of, oh, what is performance management system? And after you've come up with what is performance management system, so how do you use the knowledge of the performance management system you've got to improve performance with respect to the mistakes? So think about the mistakes we've mentioned and the symptoms.
Hello, Binio.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Yeah, how now? So just to confirm, so to everyone that we're going to have a mock review on Wednesday by 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We're going to be reviewing the mock exam, which is March-June 2021. So I just wanted to add that as well too.
Okay, good one, Jonathan. Make sure that you are present, please.
All right.
Please, are we to join with this same link?
Yes, it's the same link. Yes, for everyone, it's the same link, 7 p.m. All right. So Binio, you are here to 1 now, right?
Yes.
All right.
And let's talk later in the evening. I guess
Okay.
we are free in the evening, like around 8 thereabouts.
No problem. Take care.
Yeah. So who is so let me first of all ask you guys, when we say performance management system, what does that mean? When we talk about performance management system, what does it mean, please? Because why I've asked that question is this. Hardly will you find an APM question that doesn't have a question that asks you to suggest performance management system. Now, if a student does not know what is performance management system, how would you now answer such a question? Okay, to help with that, when you say performance management system is talking about system for measuring performance, and not just for measuring performance, also for improving performance. It's not just about measuring performance. Also for improving performance. So we are not just measuring performance, we are improving performance as well. So with respect to each of the mistakes, and the symptoms that we've mentioned. So can you tell me how you would measure and improve performance? I'm not going to contribute to this. This 7 marks question is the most difficult. Many students under exam condition will run away from these 7 marks. But so for that reason, let me see how you're going to attempt this. I am all ears. Anyone that wants to contribute to this can go ahead.
Let me try one. Let me see if I'm correct. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me see. As regards the gearing, right? That's operational gearing. Part of the measures we can introduce is probably staff per revenue generated, right? So we can know, and that's staff per revenue generated. That's part of the measures we can introduce. And what we can do, because staff cost is a fixed cost, so we should reduce the number of staff in order to reduce the fixed cost so that the operational gearing can be reduced. I don't know if it's correct.
We should reduce the number of, okay.
So in addition, sorry.
Okay.
In addition, thank you. So if we come from the angle of critical success factor, you will agree with me that possibly reducing number of staff may not really help in a situation where we know that there is already high staff turnover, even the morale is down. So already there is an issue of not being able to meet up with the deadline of the project. So if we go by that, I think if we set a critical success factor, we know that staff is very critical to the operation of the nature of LP. Then the KPI to now be able to measure if there is overstaff or understaff should be probably put in place with considerable cost in relation to the revenue. So I'm only trying to buttress the point the speaker made initially.
Okay, that goes back to what I said earlier. So thank you for your contributions. But going back to what I said earlier, how many mistakes did we identify? So the point you are making should be addressing rather a specific mistake. We have how many mistakes? How many mistakes did we identify?
3.
So
what and what?
Gearing and reliance on a key business.
Yeah, yes.
So
overtrading is not out of it.
So yeah, we didn't. Yeah. So operational gearing as a mistake. So what performance measure do you or measures are you going to recommend for that? And how will that lead to improvement of performance in that area?
One would think a benchmark with industry average will help, but we were told that already is 50% more than their biggest competitor. So there is a need for a possible reduction of fixed cost in order to bring operational gearing down to what is obtainable in the industry or to biggest competitor, which is possible cost reduction technique.
Okay, so as I've said, performance management system would have included in it performance measurements. So in this case, I'll first of all suggest a performance measure or a KPI, key performance indicator, to help you track operational gearing. Because remember what Peter Drucker said, what gets measured gets done. So the first thing in answering this question is that this operational gearing, you have to suggest a KPI, a performance measures for it, because what gets measured gets done. And once you've done that, you understand me, you then go ahead to talk about the fact that it is a measure that has to be linked to possibly the way the employees or the way the management is remunerated, the board of directors is remunerated. Because if that is not the key, if that is not done, what we are going to have is a situation whereby you just have a performance measure just for the fun of it. It won't correct anything. It won't lead to the right behavior. Because it's not just having the performance measure, it's not just having the indicator. It is also ensuring that that indicator helps you track the performance in that area and helps you improve performance in that area. And one of the ways by which it's going to do that is that let that indicator be linked to how board of directors are remunerated. And because it's get measured, it's linked to their reward system, then you expect the employees, you expect the members of the board of directors, you expect the management team to work towards the achievement of that particular KPI. So a KPI, like we mentioned, you want to look at maybe contribution to PBIT, or even you want to look at things like staff costs as a percentage of the total cost. All of these could help you identify whether operational gearing, fixed cost is high or low, and help you correct that. So linking this also to the employees, the management and the board of directors reward system would also help to take this seriously and help improve performance in that area. So it will start with you suggesting a KPI and also ensuring that that particular KPI is communicated to everybody in the organization, linked to their performance, linked to their reward system, and then that is expected to help the organization track performance in that area. And if they track performance in that area, because it's so important, definitely performance also will improve. Is this understood?
Yes.
Okay.
Very well. Thank you.
Yeah. The second, so what is the second what was the second mistake that we identified?
Over that is a failure of big projects or something.
Okay, failure of big project, that housing. So what do we do to improve performance in that area, to measure performance and improve performance in that area? So that one is quite broad. So look at it. They mention some things there. So look at this. In a bid. So if you look at the paragraph before the last sentence there, it quickly became apparent that the staff resources required for the housing development project were much greater than the CEO had anticipated in the bid. In the rush to submit the bid and start work, staff were not given clear milestones for or individual performance targets. So those are subtle matters. So there is no clarity in terms of budget, in terms of milestone for the project. So definitely that has to be part of performance management system for that project. So there has to be budget, there has to be milestone that will be used to check whether they are on track or not. And then if they are not on track, they can then take corrective actions. You understand me? Another thing that you need to suggest as performance management system, as part of performance management system, is the fact that, so you told us here that in that paragraph 2, despite the board's objections, the CEO asks for LP to prepare bids for work on non-commercial building projects, which have so far been unaffected by the recession. Though LP had little track record in designing non-commercial residential buildings, it successfully tendered a fixed fee for the design work on a large housing project. As the finance director has been absent due to illness, the CEO prepared and submitted the bid himself to meet the tight deadline for submission of the bid. This was done at a time when most of the boards were taking their annual holidays, meaning that no scrutiny at all with respect to this project. So you are going to suggest as part of performance management system that such big project should have the scrutiny, proper scrutiny of the board of directors. You should have proper scrutiny of the board of directors, because it's when such a project is properly scrutinized that you can avoid things like tendering for a fixed fee. Are you getting me? They will scrutinize all the risk, all the reward of the project properly before they tender, before they quote a fee. And again, the second point which I've mentioned, the fact that you need a clear milestone. So milestones have to be set, individual performance target have to be set, clear budget, realistic budget have to be set, so that they can track whether the project is behind schedule. So look at it, the project is well behind schedule, so that they can know when the project is behind schedule and take corrective actions. So those are the things that you institute performance management system for the operational gearing and for the failure of the big project, the design of the non-commercial building project. Is this well understood? Performance management system doesn't have to be balanced scorecard, doesn't have to be Fitzgerald and main building block. It's all about how do you track performance. So you suggest an indicator, you suggest a KPI, and then how does that help you to track performance and improve performance? Because at the end of the day, it is the improvement in performance that matters, that we are looking for. It's not just to measure performance. So your performance management system is not just about measuring performance. It's about tracking performance and ultimately improving performance. So when you look at the scenario, look at the combination of the problems and how those problems can be solved. So what are the things you can put in place to solve the problem? That would be the constituent of performance management system. Is this well understood? Or maybe you're expecting me to talk about balance scorecard of Fitzgerald and main building block. Okay, now if that is the case, how do you now, what is the performance you put in place for the symptom? What's the performance? So remember, it's not just about the mistakes, it's also about the symptoms. So what's the performance management system you put in place for the symptoms as well?
For the symptoms, okay, it's stated in the scenario that most of them were not giving individual performance targets, besides the lack of project milestones, and they started working for long hours and their morale were falling. So I think setting appropriate targets for each of them based on their area of responsibility will be like a critical success factor. And using like a staff survey score, you'll be able to, LP can assess where areas in which the staff are dissatisfied with their work, where they are losing morale, as well as where they might need training and all that. And using the staff turnover ratio as a performance measure can also assess the rate at which LP is retaining its staff or not. So that's my own input.
Okay, good. So the project lacks individual performance targets, clear milestones. So for each staff, you need to give them clear milestones, individual performance targets. Without that, you can't improve performance. So first and foremost, that has to be done. And also, with staff morale falling and the several experienced staff employees leaving the firm, there is going to be a need for continuous measurements, appraisal, staff appraisal, to see whether staffs are satisfied or not. Are you getting me? And the essence of that staff appraisal doing survey is to see whether staff are satisfied, so that you can then take on board the feedback from the staff to improve performance, to reduce staff turnover rates. That's it. The first thing, give them clear milestones for the projects. Staff were not given clear milestones. You have to, so they don't know what they are expected to achieve. Give them that. Give them individual performance targets. That definitely would help them see what they are working towards. That will help their plans. And then in another breath, you expect that you measure staff satisfaction through things like staff appraiser, staff survey, so that you can see areas where improvement can be made to prevent a situation whereby morale will fall and then staff will continue to leave. Those are the things you are You're not expected to reinvent anything. It's just looking at what the problems are. How do you solve the problem? How can you track whether this is, so identify how you can track whether that problem is still there or not, and how you can improve it. That's basically what you're expected to do. And once you do that, you will be fine. You will definitely be fine. Is this well understood? Is this well understood? Are we tired?
Yes, it's understood.
Okay. So who can do, so for these 6 marks, you are asked to evaluate the usefulness of using qualitative models such as Argentine A-score in predicting corporate failure. So can you tell me, when we are asked to evaluate, what are we asked to do? If you're asked
pros and cons.
So can you tell me the pros and cons of Argentine's A-score in predicting corporate failure?
I think it's more robust than the quantitative scores in the sense that it shows you other non-financial metrics that can lead to corporate failure without focusing on only the financial aspects, because quantitative, yeah, the quantitative ones are only focusing on the end. Meanwhile, it's usually the qualitative factors that lead to these failures, and the quantitative models don't really show that.
So let me add to that. So we all know that financial indicators are always lagging indicators, whereas non-financial indicators are. So A score incorporates both financial and non-financial indicator, and that helps you to make a clearer judgment, a clearer assessment of risk of corporate failure, instead of using just financial indicators or non-financial indicators only. So that's what you're trying to say, and that's a brilliant point. So that's superiority of A score over Z score. Any other advantage?
It's I think it allows the management it allows them to use their professional judgment, looking at the individual circumstance relating to the firm. Although it's a bit subjective, but I think it offers some kind of advantage in terms of them using their professional judgment and looking at the individual circumstance relating to the firm in determining whether the firm is likely or not likely prone to corporate failure.
Okay, that's a brilliant point as well, because there is a room for you to make professional judgments here in terms of using your experience, your understanding of the peculiar circumstance of that business to make an assessment of whether it's likely to fail or not. That's a brilliant one. You could use that when you are using Agentize score, unlike when you are using score, there's no room for that. And if I may add, you see, Agentize score would help you to identify the problems before the company eventually fails. That's one thing. So it's not so like the Z score, we know they are all financial indicators. So that one will tell you whether the company has failed or not. But your Agentize score will identify those problems so that you can take corrective actions even before the business fails. So there could be other advantages, but those three, they will stand out as the main advantages of Agentize score. Now, what about the disadvantages?
It's subjective in nature.
So because you are allowed to use your professional judgments, different people will come to different judgments. So different people will interpret things differently. You understand me? And then that's that. So how many people will say that? So the autocracy of CEO is going to be. So some people say, oh, he's outrightly autocratic, and some people say, oh, he's not so autocratic. So that's open. So it may detract from a comparability. It may. So if it is subjective, open to different things, then it may not make it comparable from one company to another. Then what else? So at the end of the day, your A score is still focused on internal factors only. It's still focusing on internal factors. It doesn't do so much on external factors. Like here, who can tell me an external factor that is affecting that you should take into cognizance in assessing the risk of corporate failure here? A big external factor.
The recession.
Recession, yeah.
A score is not taken into consideration. Is that?
The recession.
Yeah. Yeah, the recession. But A score does not have place for that. So that's a huge one. So it doesn't incorporate. It doesn't incorporate. What do you call it? The fact that there may be external factors outside internal factors that affect the risk of corporate failure. And let me summarize everything I've said so far. I've told you, P of if you don't have one, the examiner has not promised that corporate failure will come up in the exam. And the fact that we are doing it as a major part of the revision does not mean that corporate failure will always come up in the exam. What the examiner said is that one of your 25 marks questions will be from section E of the syllabus. And section E of the syllabus is more than corporate failure. There are 3 important issues in section E of the syllabus. What do you call it? Alternative performance measurement system, which are balance scorecards, Fitzgerald and Moon building block, VBM, ABM, and the likes. Complex business structure, and then the third one is corporate failure. And even this corporate failure, there are new style of questions that you can see from September 2018 up till now. You can see different new style of questions. So please, I am pleading with every one of you that you make the right preparation with respect to this area. Don't just assume I'm having corporate failure in the exam. And also, corporate failure goes beyond the 2 models. If you want to see the extent of the questions that could be asked, there are very recent questions that touch on the models, but there are corporate failure questions that do not they do not speak too much about the model. There are other things, liquidity and all of you that were used or that were focus of such questions and not just the models. So it's very important that we have the right attitude, the right focus with respect to this area of the exam. And I know that as we do so, God will help every one of us to achieve success in this exam. Now, before I move away from here on corporate failure and issues around it, we have just 27 minutes to the end of the class. I don't think we can do much more, but let me just give room for questions around what we've spoken about so far. Maybe it might also be general questions, maybe something that you're having difficulty structuring your revision and all of that. Let's see if there is one way or the other I can help with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I come in, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I wrote APM last diet, and I can tell now where bulk of the flaws are for me particularly. And I must appreciate you for the insightful teaching since morning. So basically, the B part of this question, the one we just treated now, the Argentine model, I perceive that the B part is talking about the performance management system. And literally thinking, if you look at the section here, like you mentioned, we have so many models. So invariably, Fitzgerald can be used in that B part. And I think that is where bulk of the flaw is when probably we write what we think rather than looking into the scenario. So I have identified that as a point that I need to take forward, that other than thinking of alternative model that is suitable for a particular question. If you look more deeper, there is more to that question that you just have to make it scenario specific rather than thinking of a model that relatively relates to the question. So I think what bulk of my hero last diet was around that area, and I'll take that forward. But I still want to ask, is it possible in that B part to now go ahead to, in a bit, mention a few of Fitzgerald model that you feel can be used as a performance management system, or you just have to stay within the purview of the scenario? For instance, there is dimension, there is standard, and there is reward. In a short note, if one can explicitly put all of these three critical success factors into this case for LP, can it also be admissible as a point that relates to the scenario, or it has to be within the purview of the scenario? Because it wasn't mentioned that you must state a particular model or use a particular model.
Okay, good question. And this is my humble submission on that. So much happy that you could identify what went wrong in the last attempt. And don't be surprised that you are not the only one making that mistake. And let me go back in time. So I remember P3 was business analysis before SBL. So when I was preparing for some of my ACC exams then, so I remember a student, a friend of mine, I've lost contact with him now, saying it then that, oh, look, Binuyo, that P3, all we just need to do is just to learn the models and just pour back the model in the exam for the examiner. I can tell you that many people did that for that P3 and they never passed it. So you've said it all in that area. Your models, where they are relevant, use them. Where you could come up with where you could scaffold your points without reference to the model, you'll be fine once you are speaking to the scenario. Like for me, the most important thing here is, do I understand what is performance management system? If I understand what is performance management system, that performance management system means measuring performance so as to track performance, whether performance is going in the right direction or is not doing fine, and improve performance. That's what is currently the current performance, improving the current performance. Then I may not necessarily need a model. And again, using this question as another example, the question I said, oh, performance management system for each of the mistakes. So take each mistake. What is the problem? How can you assess that problem? How can you track that problem? How can you improve on that problem? And how can you reduce that problem and improve performance? And the symptoms. That is the best approach to it, because you'll be speaking to the scenario. And that B part of the question is exclusively a scenario-based question. Has little or nothing you can gain from bringing in directly textbook knowledge. So that is the point. But where you can bring in a model, wow, it's going to be very good to bring in a model. But again, what I will now ask you to do is that look at the marks on offer, which is another thing. There are 7 marks on offer. 7, just 7 marks on offer. My dear brother, by the time you bring in Fitzgerald and Mill building block for each of the 3, you'll be wasting time. So I, as a person, I don't tell people that, oh, it's not possible. You could look at this question. Do you know that since I've been solving this question for have been solving this question for years now. I've never thought of what this my brother said in the class, that operational gearing ratio can also be interpreted to be deteriorating financial indicator. Do you know that? I've never, and it's a brilliant point. So far, you can just I believe in like liberalism. There is academic freedom. So far you can justify what you are saying. I am not going to restrict you, but be careful. The exam is time bound, and the most you can get, the maximum you can get from this is 7 marks. So if the most I can get from here is 7 marks, and I'm writing paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs, I think that will not bode well for the exam. And permit me to also add this. You see, many of you on this call, I can tell you that all what you need to pass these exams are little things. Just like my Bible says that beware of little foxes that destroy the vine. You guys are good. I'm not saying this to flatter you. Whether you're writing it for the first time or you're writing it for the second time, you are good. But there are small things that you can avoid in the exam, like spending too much time on a particular requirement. Once you don't know something within 5 minutes of picking it up, move on. Things like you are writing too much, trying to impress the examiner. You see clearly the marks on offer. Things like not understanding the requirement, not being able to break a requirement down properly, that this particular requirement, what does it mean? So like here now, let me give you an example. The question says, using Argentine's A-score model, evaluate. The question has given you Argentine A-score model here, that this is Argentine A-score. So your answer should be scaffolded around defects, mistakes, and symptoms. You fail to do that, you won't be able to maximize your mark. So those are the basic things I want you to watch out for. And let me now cap it by saying that if there is any part of the syllabus where your knowledge is still shaky, you can't apply a knowledge that is shaky. You can't, basically. It's good. Myself will say apply. How do you apply what you don't know? So it might be worth the trouble and go back to look at what is the problem in terms of knowledge, and then deal with it. And in that case, many of you in this exam, you'll be so lucky and get a question in section B of the syllabus. This is a very good question in section B of the syllabus. So you can take a look at this question, make sure that it's a priority. I would have loved to deal with it in the class. Take a look at it. There is a new requirement in that particular section of the syllabus, joint probability. Make sure you solve this question. Review the sample answer. Some of you say that, oh, I want somebody to mark it for me. I don't think that is necessary. I will tell you why. You see, if you attempt a question at this level and you pick the sample answer and you place it side by side your attempt, it will be obvious to you whether you are making the right sentence or the right point or not. Once you are not clear as to whether your point is correct or not, I can tell you that you are obviously wrong. So invest time in planning, adopt the method. So you must have read by now, the exam, the exam guidance, you must have read the syllabus, you must have read the examiner's report. But if you haven't read all of that, you can take a look at all of that and read them. One of the things that the examiner always complain about in every examiner's report is that students not taking time to plan their answer. Some people will just grab the question and just start writing. It's never done. Never you do that in this kind of question. How will you just grab a question and you just start writing? There must be a time for planning your answer. That is, with this particular question, what are the requirements? What do I need? Can you help us mute? Can you help us mute? Okay. You want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, about this thing you said, right? Because I tried taking like a mock exam from the ACCA practice site. So the thing is this, that it's all about time management basically. If you want to take time to plan your answer, considering that we're using the online platform, that thing also takes time as well, trying to arrange your screen and all. Honestly, the time to finish is not really there. That is just the truth. It's quite difficult. So I don't know, Sha. I think that's the problem why people don't really take time to plan their answers, because I mean you need to write sufficiently to get good marks, plan your answer, toggle between scenarios, requirements, your worksheets on that. These are small screen and all. So I think that time factor is a big issue.
I am not going to diminish the fact that this is a very tough exam. Here the word I've used, very tough exam. I've not said tough exam, very tough exam. So let's situate it where it is. However, there are some things that could help you. So like managing the screen and all of that, if you've done sufficient practice on the platform, I'm not saying that you would have removed all the problems, but you would have devised a means on how to go about the problems that the screen may pose. So that's why I always recommend at least 6 complete question practice before you go to the exam hall, so that you'll be able to manage how to go between the screens, how to screen and all of that. And my dear brothers and sisters, I've done something in today's class, and although I didn't say it directly, but I said it indirectly. You know, when we were solving the question, I said, oh, if you can get 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, indirectly what I'm telling you is that you don't need 100. You don't 100 marks is not the pass mark. The pass mark is 50, but we're not asking you to target 50, but target an efficiency rate of 80-85% out of every question you attempt, and you will pass. I am not saying that if you have opportunity to finish the question to do 100%, don't do it. I'm not saying that. But doing the whole question is not a guarantee that you are going to pass. And doing 80% is not a guarantee you are going to fail. And without sounding like a broken record, many of you on this call, you would have heard this from me. There is not a singular ACCA exam in which I did 100%. Not a singular one. Especially my optional papers, AFM and the APM, I didn't get close to 100%. And I passed them very well. It's the power of efficiency. When I see a particular question, I know that I don't know anything about it in 5 minutes. I don't bother myself about it. I go to that question, I know something about it. I do it very well. So by the time I finish, I will now come back to those ones that maybe I have 1 or 2 things to write about them. I understand the dynamics might have changed because I wrote my exams on paper, but I was just like, I don't bother myself. So there are things you won't know in the exam hall. I won't bother myself. I won't try to beat myself low about it. I just go to things I know, do it very well. In fact, before going to the exam hall, I give myself, there'll be 15 marks I may not be able to attempt, but 85 marks I will ensure that I get most out of it. So, and that particular style worked for me, and for many of my students, it has worked for them over the years. So do not, in the name of, is good and it is better if you can attempt all the 100 marks. But I've just told you a personal, the highest I did in ACC exam was 91%. In fact, my average is 83, 85. as in attempting the exam, or 83, 85, 83, 85, 83, 85. Very few. It's only in this APM I attempted 91% of the exam. Majority 83, 85. Even in some papers 81%. And you still go out to pass, because it's all about getting the most out of what you've done. So as you are working on doing everything, if possible, also work on doing a quality job, because at the end of the day, you may pass. And let me tell you, I'm not going to mention that particular paper. There was a paper in ACCA, I did less than 60, I think maybe 60% or thereabout, and I passed. So it's all about focusing on what you can. I'm not, please, many people don't interpret this very well. Don't say that, Binion say that you should attempt 60%. I'm not saying that. Don't say that Binion say that we should only attempt 70%. Don't say, if you can attempt 100%, very well, good. But if it is 85%, 90%, you can attempt in a quality manner, you can pass. In fact, you can get 60 from my own experience. So around the screen, do a lot of practice how to manage your screen. You understand me? And then you'll be fine. I hope that helps. That speaks to that, my dear brother.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate. This is very insightful.
Yeah.
So I wish you the best of luck in your exams. Make sure you attend the debrief session with Jonathan. That's an opportunity to ask further questions, to hear exam techniques. Like I said, you guys are good in terms of knowledge. All what you just need to do now is just make sure that the exam techniques are right, and then you pass. Don't worry, it's a tough exam, but you are tougher than the exam. And I know that Almighty God will grant you a brilliant performance in this exam. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to Ivy League. For those of you whose this is your last paper, we are hoping that, we are believing that you become affiliates, members, by the time the results are out. And for those people out there to go, we hope that you will pass, and your last paper or 2 papers to go, you will still join us at Ivy League. We are very, very happy to have you here. And also those who are passing and finishing the exam, we'll be happy to have referrals. So refer the upcoming ACC affiliates to us, and you can trust us that we're going to do a very good job. So do enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon. If you are going for AA class, bye-bye. If you are enjoying unwinding, if you belong to it, congratulations. Bye-bye, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice day.
Thank you, Binion.
Thank you so much.